for?
Then I have nothing to talk about.
For real? Is that
Sorry,
all we
I
have?
just heard myself when you went live with it too, so it was very funny. Anyways, Morgie month.
It's Emma
Yeah, Emma
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Ooh.
It's very hard not to listen to Scarlet draw at the start of every stream.
I'm having a hard time remembering this thing as well, or at least the name of it. I can remember how it goes.
Hey Ed, welcome in.
Wow.
Good. Thanks for the resub, Bray. Gotta post all these links fast.
I'm linked next. I'm also going to do this stream. I'll be right back. Just gonna grab a drink.
Okay. Hello everyone. It's Emma Tuesday, but a very special Emma Tuesday. It's also Trans Day Visibility. You know what that means? Oh man. Braybray's not back.
It's so deep.
Hey, it's also Trans Day of Visibility, Braybray. You know what that means?
It means I give you money.
Well, yeah, but you're also supposed to say, FIT! Fish.
Fish. Fish.
Anyway, this is a work of fiction. Did you know? This is a work of fiction.
Did you know that? Did you?
God damn it, mix it up. Wake up. I'm hitting the side of my computer like an old TV.
Tap 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 tap.
There it goes. You know what else? What else this means? I need to screen share the game for you.
Yes, you. You also need to check Kofi.
Got it. Yeah, Coffee Streambot just alerted me that you sent me something. Thank you. Thank you,
You're
fuck you.
welcome. Gonna make maybe later joke, but like, you know what? No, let's just get this stream going, and you can buy a pizza later or something.
I already bought a pizza.
But second pizza.
I actually had enough money. So what I did was I bought 2 medium pizzas instead of my usual 1 large. So I already ate a whole pizza day. And now I already have second pizza for later. Roll safe. So last time I went alone, and I went through all the stuff to figure out that it's actually not Chopin who's the little lord, but it's actually Sosuke himself. Herself.
Uh-huh. So you're back. So this is at the start of day 2 of the trial, then?
Yeah, we just met Daisuke, whatever his name was, the head of the...
Yes, Daisuke the Fox.
Yeah.
And you got the lowdown on who Sosuke really is, involving one of the best metaphors in the game about a bonsai.
Yarp.
Ooh, that's my favorite bit. I'm sad I missed it, though. Anyways, I'm
It's
ready.
okay, you're here now.
We have Reyes blessing us today. Undefeated.
Oh, yeah.
Enjoying spicy food.
And enjoying spicy food. Also, that reminds me, you also got to see Drunk Reyes.
Oh yes, I knew you'd love that.
Did everything? You fucking know that they fucked that night when when Morgan threw her into her own bed.
The dawning realization of Morgan being like, I could kill this bitch, and then finding out immediately, oh wait, no, never mind, that's stupid of me.
Did I already glitch the keychain? Oh my god. Why am I like this? We already have to reset the game.
Just played with it too much.
Well, they shouldn't make it so playable, you know?
But those are my thoughts when I'm just like, wow, big tummy.
I actually have to close the game entirely to reset it completely. This is bullshit.
I'm gonna send you of the devil fan art while we wait for it to reboot.
That's very good. Blarg. Anyway, here you go. Smiles.
Smiles. Smile, smile.
Okay, no more fucking around with the keychain so much that it glitches.
They must have waved me down over 5 times.
Oh, that's a very good Emma.
I also just really like the stylized presentation of that.
Okay, but did you look at the tummy, though?
Well, yes, I did. I didn't look too hard, though, because I have a job to do. I've been in private banks with less active security than this.
Were they private banks that had recently had a shooting?
No. Also, look. My mans look different.
Does she? Oh yeah,
no
she's
more
healed.
bandages.
Yeah, she's healed a bit. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the hall, drones outside the windows. Androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time.
If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city?
It's the principle of the matter. Have you watched Hunter the Parenting?
Yes.
Have you watched Alpha Boosta's other animations?
I didn't watch all of.
The Warhammer thing where the witch is trying to
I
go through the town.
Yeah, I did not watch all of. Why am I blanking on it? If the Emperor had a text-to-speech device, because it's fucking long.
It's the one where they like narrate the adventure of their like Warhammer fantasy campaign, where it's like this witch and her army trying to go through a city. This in a way is like, Brian, no, just walk around. Never.
Never the matter.
Why? It's the principle of the matter. It's stew. It's good for your ligaments. Good thing I brought this fucking elephant. Anyway.
Very good.
I won't allow you to set a single foot in front of my kingdom. The district attorney said the district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them.
The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford?
Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated.
There's such a thing as overcompensating.
Not in the stage of security theater.
Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Cynimax completed, Adonai?
The report on the bindings? Yeah. Not that. Evidence. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sasuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp. A summary of the forensic... That's just me tossing my empty water bottle over my shoulder. A summary forensic DNA analysis conducted by a scientist follows below. Sweat matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Skin matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. Blood matches the DNA of subject A, Ikaria Sosuke. And subject E, smiles, Heavens Miller.
Getting flashbang with that name again.
Wah.
Heaven smiles.
Does that mean something?
It's a reference to Killer 7. The enemies in Killer 7 are all Heaven smiles.
Oh. I need to play that game.
Angels coming down to Earth to cleanse humanity away.
Also, no, I'm gonna look at that now. That's... God damn, that's a fat ass in work pants. Office pants. I'm jealous. Envious, in fact.
I mean, that is how Morgan, Esquire Morgan, looks too. Pointing at my monitor and pogging at the invisible camera that definitely exists in the corner of my room.
Now I need to get art. I need Red to make art of me bent over dressed like this. God damn you.
You're welcome, I think.
Do I look like I have $45 to spend?
Yes, you do. I gave you more than $45.
You can't just say that.
I can. It's my money. Or was my money. It no longer is now.
And now you smack me across the face with it, making me take Minecraft damage. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over.
I just did a fucking payday quick melee on you.
Mean. You're looking much better.
I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night.
Oh, they used to
Said it was for growth.
I only managed to get a quick glance at the vial they drew the liquid from. It said est something. I couldn't make the rest out.
I thought it was Estus, as an Estus flask.
But that stuff's yellow, so clearly it's not.
Yes. Maybe a refined form.
Perhaps maybe it's Crystal Estus, like Crystal Pepsi.
Maybe it's the fluid from the gender change coffin. I woke up in much more pain, but they still insisted on taking off all my bandages.
You must have used a Fallout 4 stim pack on him. Some sort of injection?
Sosuke consented to an intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33.
Holy shit, it was a stim pack!
Yes.
You consented without knowing what it was?
I nodded after they told me it would help with the chest pains. I thought it would help me sleep. That interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest.
Why didn't you sleep on the table, stupid? Spoiled brat.
The metal table instead of the foam floor.
Is it? Have they clarified it? Clarified its foam?
I think the floor is meant to be. Have you ever been in a gym and they have that like rubberized like floor?
Maybe.
For like when you drop a weight, it doesn't like crack the floor open.
Yeah.
I think it's the same thing.
Correct, Super Kirby. It's not Morgan Monday. It's Emma Tuesday. How you doing,
We are
hon?
celebrating Morgan Monday this week, but we are not doing it on Morgan Monday.
I celebrated Morgan Monday last night in my own special way. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail?
What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest?
I slept like a rock. Eventually. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God.
But it was an accelerant, huh? I want to point out something here. So you know how
Yes?
all the Ikarias have yellow outlines on their portraits?
Yes, his turn.
Sosuke's the only one who transitions from yellow to green.
This is a subtle nod at him being an egg.
And also a blue blood.
Blue, like estrogen tablets.
Yes.
Like the blue pill.
Oh, man.
Which was originally red when the Matrix came out, so it's still.
Happy 27th anniversary of The Matrix releasing, by the way.
Oh shit, for real?
I don't know if they intentionally released it on the Trans Day of Visibility.
I think
But
it
I hope they did.
either they 100% fucking did, or Trans Day of Visibility was made on March 31st in honor of the Matrix being a transcoded movie. Really, this really is a case of chicken or the egg first. Obviously, it's the egg, which cracked and a beautiful
Yes.
woman came out.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to show you weapons grade eggshell remover.
Yeah, it's
They
called.
gave it to us back in the military on occasion.
Yeah, it's called military grade eggshell remover. Yeah, it's called my jaw.
You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why did they wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though?
Because they can. Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly. Trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you had been thrown through a windshield.
Don't worry, Sosuke.
Yeah.
You see what I mean, though?
That is military grade. I'm gonna share it with some girlfriends.
You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Egg!
Ugh!
Oh, right, I have to close my door, sorry.
Then why are you blushing? Oh my god, he is blushing!
Yes, he is. You can finally see it now that he doesn't have a giant fucking bandage on his face.
It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark on your left eye.
Hmm? No, I've had that since birth.
Oh.
I was told once that it's charming.
She even has the beauty mark under her eye.
Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming?
So needy. Thank you for clearing that for the court, detective. That's the same story you told me yesterday down the lower wards. I'm realizing now that Morgan doesn't have a beauty mark, but she has freckles, and that's good enough.
Every
That's
single
just as
time I
good.
see artwork of Morgan without her freckles, I die a little inside.
How dare they?
Every time I see the freckles in other places on her body, my life force expands.
You read my mind. I was just thinking, I wonder if there's a picture of her. I wonder if there's art of her fat ass and it's all freckled. That would
I
ignite
will
my.
neither confirm nor deny that statement.
That
Mostly
would.
because I don't have evidence.
That would ignite my loins. He and Ray is for the second unseen, so they focus on clearing the lower wards before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on record, so I can look it over. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Who
Oh, yeah, I
voiced
was
her?
voicing 80.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger.
Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Yeah.
Sosuke Ikaria. I'm a head of personal security at the Ikaria Financial Group.
And the IFG, that's a family-run small business mom-and-pop operation, I take it.
Family run.
Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself?
I can only tell you what I remember. Even if that's mostly pain.
How about after the pain? How did it end?
I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin.
Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume. Objection.
I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple.
Why is my throat so fucking dry? Haven't even started yapping yet.
But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it.
Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria?
Yes, that is the same gun.
Let the record show the witness has admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill 2 of the victims.
Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it, the whole room seemed red.
And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say? Thank you, Kirby. Also, the 3-stream watch streak. Hell yeah, thank you. That was also way too quiet. I need to fix that. Why is every time I open my volume mixer, it keeps randomly shifting things? There.
There is one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword.
That's a bit TMI, Sosuke. So he admits it!
Too hard.
Sometimes I pull it so hard, I rip the skin a little. You know,
My father taught us not to be ashamed of our nicks.
Yeah, especially on account of such good size and all. Yeah, your daddy gave you some good advice. Hang on, Wait, do I still have that in here?
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
You remember holding your sword.
Ugh, that ain't good.
That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria.
It was on the ground. And it's important to me, so... I bent over and picked it up.
She did a little bend and snap, just like Elwood's taunt.
Unlock it.
Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikario?
No. Next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights.
I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue?
The questioning?
The trial.
Oh.
Hi, Suzaku. Happy Emma Tuesday. Ready to begin cross-examination anytime, Your Honor.
If you insist.
Round 1. Fight!
Surely, we're past round 1 by now.
Cut bindings. He even tore out of his bindings, oh my god. She even tore out of her bindings, oh my god. No longer boy moding. Yoru. Magus.
I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward.
No, you didn't.
That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was to bend down and to pick up Yoru off the floor. The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance, having my rights read to me. Sosuke isn't lying about anything, is he?
No, he's just subconsciously glossing over certain key detail. All the trial pep in the world can undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Wrong!
Why are you yelling at me?
Wanna bet? Sosuke couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now?
What do you mean, Morgan?
These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you held Sosuke. And they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out. You cut your way out.
Yes, now that you mention it. That's right. But if I cut myself out first...
Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. I should say this has been a colossal waste of time.
Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right?
Yes, it is, and it helps prove that there is another person in the room. It's very important, Your Honor. If he used the blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is doing just fine, thank you very much. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence, and they had to have been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description?
You think it was Yoru?
You seriously expect everyone to believe that he managed to slip a fucking katana into the bindings on his wrist just to cut himself
Without losing
free?
a finger.
Do you know how fucking awkward that would be? It's way too long. His captors kept him bound in that room most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all.
Badass.
Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves? Oh, wait. My knife. Where's Yoru?
Sosuke's sword.
Another murder. Blood residues at various matches. DNA victims of Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Where's the Sosuke, Miller, and Trey?
Sosuke's sword was at the bottom. Oh, no, you're looking for cut bindings. I'm sorry.
Smiles. Heaven's Miller. Yeah, Miller's blood was on the bindings, so that means... And it was also on the sword, so that means it could be used to do that, yeah. But you know what else had a... B minus, AB minus.
We can only go off of blood type, sadly, but...
B minus. So both blades have Miller's blood on it. Okay.
Do you remember why Yoru has Miller's blood on it?
Because we stabbed. No. Because we dragged the tip of it through his blood.
Yes.
It couldn't have been the sword. It could have been the sword. Because of the... We gotta stay because it has his blood on it.
Who else's blood does the sword have on it?
In Trey's.
And?
Sosuke's.
Does it have Sosuke's blood on it?
It said... Oh, Chopin, Miller, and Trey's. So was used to kill Trey and Chopin. So we stay.
What is the question right now? looking at the. I think the question right now is
Could the katana have
Could the
been used to
katana-
cut those bindings?
whose blood is on the knife but not on the sword?
It only has a. It has both. It has Miller's and Sosuke's blood on it.
Right, but is Sosuke's blood on the sword?
No.
Okay. How
Wait.
did Sosuke's blood get on the knife then?
Of course it wasn't a sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean?
Good job.
The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well.
The poncho guy?
Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall, by your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean?
Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of...
How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free.
That's... kind of a big deal.
Excuse you.
Isn't it?
I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible! You thought wrong, Counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood in your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks, and Creek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. There's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? Not even if he used something else to break out of the confinement? Like, say, needles?
Or...
Needles? That they obviously used to inject him full of estrogen. Her full of estrogen.
they were just trying
No,
to
knife.
help crack the egg.
What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that?
Way overcooked, from what I can tell.
It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime.
Knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up.
That's impossible.
What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data.
Maybe because the arc status sucks, lol.
Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it.
Your android did? Need to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, doubting Thomas. It's not the android I'd have trouble taking it. It's not the android I have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it?
There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. AB negative and B minus, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster.
A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster.
From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands.
Well, how about it, Morgie? Not liking that one?
No. That's what Harmy and now Greta have begun to call me.
Congratulations. You live in their brains.
Harmy lives in my brain.
Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime?
Knife broiled fire.
Just stabbing something with a knife until it eventually gathers enough friction to burst into flames.
Sounds like something Damien LeVay would do.
It's like fucking elemental like weapons in Borderlands. Like you have like a knife that you stab something with and it immediately bursts into flames. Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage.
Of course I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Blood from Sosuke Miller present. Blood from Chopin Trey Miller. Those with numerous injuries, cut on left hand finger. It's the left hand thing, right?
Well, how does the blood get on the knife? Sorry, how does Sosuke's blood get on the knife?
Cutting himself.
Is there a small cut on Sosuke's hand? There is.
Just take another look at that.
I'm looking at his tattoo all you want, but I'm not seeing anything.
No, his other tattoo on his lower back.
Oh, the trans pride flag. Yes, yes.
Oh, you mean the tramp stamp? It's not a tramp stamp.
Not yet.
Client's medical intake record?
A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. There are.
Thirsty androids.
What? I did not remove my shirt for...
If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found in left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut?
More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture.
But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense!
That makes sense.
Well, I was going for like the Capcom versus SNK. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that makes sense! Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes. But none of his own.
Adonai is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have the blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin.
But not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB negative? That blood type.
Doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling. So I have a hobby. Shoot me!
Morgan's like, okay!
Wham.
Right in the head. Other hobbies include gaming on her PS Vita.
Two shots, right to the base of my skull.
Counselor Morgan! Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible. Because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life.
A knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of the sword.
A sword?
I hypothesize.
Hehe.
Do you like my sword?
Shut the fuck up. How dare you bring up that man on my stream?
I hate that man, but that song is so fucking stupid.
I'm glad I never...
Mildly enjoyable to remember.
I'm glad I never watched Toboscus.
Neither did I. I had a roommate in college who liked him.
Nice recovery.
Perfect ukemi.
In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck?
Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversation tactic to surpass Metal Gear.
It's worth repeating, Your Honor. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. You can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating myself because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and was one card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Bray.
Cool. So, does someone have her number?
Morgan does.
Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government? Or...
Dr. Sato is already on her way.
So there is a group chat and I'm not in it.
Alright, I'll tell them. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives.
Guess we just slack off until she's done then.
It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we ought to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Scientist Security. Now perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. We're putting Han on the stand.
Her.
Adelaide Han, site manager at Scientist Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B. Also, I'm single. Tinder link in bio.
Wow. Can I call you lady?
You can call me whatever you want, hun. If you scan the QR code on the back of my shoulder, it'll take you to my Tinder bio. Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though?
Well, you can keep calling me babe. Or...
You address the adjutant as your honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but... We at Scientist Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. I like how that scene, Sasako just goes, "Oh my god."
Just hitting on the judge. It was a drum.
I hope she gets to fuck the judge. Unfortunately, I think in this feature they don't have conjugal visits in prison anymore.
Also, the judge isn't alive unless there's a trial going on.
Oh my god, it's just like... Then it's just like the marionette sex play in Girl Frame. When you have sex, you're always helpless. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Scientist Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for chem acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so, sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witnesses hostile.
Can I get popcorn first?
Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms. Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal. And we're loyal, capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect. It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. Ooh. You aren't the focus of this investigation. And that's exactly why she'd get away with murder if we weren't here. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alleyway downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. Thanks for the hydrate cookie. I hope you have like the stream muted or paused so you're not getting spoiled. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible at the scene of the crime. The ways in which it changed after I left. When did Cynimax security first arrive at the premise, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor. You gotta stay on site. A lot of naps in parked cars. Han let slip a few details about the building's setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. I guess we start from the top. Do you know who owns the building that these crime scenes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cynimax. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Cynimax. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. Do all the doors require keys? No, when we were in there, only the front door had a physical lock, right?
There might have been other things, but what I think is important. Well, we don't really remember about the vaults, if I had to guess. So that would get you some information about the vaults as well. Which might be important, because I think one of them was unlocked. Judging by the testimony that...
Detective London testifies that this one vault door was unlocked when he and Reyes arrived to scene of crime. He utilized a physical key like all the other doors on the premise. I think suspicious found this, or any of the other locked vaults that they cleared. Alright.
Yeah, so we know that, but she hasn't testified to it, so you can get it in the record that way.
Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically?
So I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom while you're doing this.
Hello, Kib Charno. Thank you for that. Excuse me. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. How you doing today, Kib? So, how's the weather? It was a warm night, I'll bet. You ask me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. I'm doing alright today. I donated plasma, and I had a pizza. And I'm streaming one of my favorite games. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist... Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. Crime scene in the room directly below it. Were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cynimax arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. Even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your window sills wet. Alright, so the building was completely sealed by the time you got there. Why is the building soundproof? Hello, Crocodile. Why was the building made soundproof? Don't know. I'm not a building inspector, and I got the impression this wasn't a place that cared about certifications. You oversaw the site for days, and you can't tell the court. The witness has already answered, Your Honor. Witness knows when to stop talking. At least I'm not worse off for having asked. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. I mean, there was a fire going in that bin that got extinguished. So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a blue blood. There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. Thank you, that was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Blackjack. What the hell are you talking about?
It's the lynch job. I just came in right as you got the blackjack.
Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first. so that people can properly eviscerate it.
Yeah, what she said.
Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting they didn't even try turning the handle first? The front door wasn't locked. It was locked because they didn't use the front door.
Well, what happens when the front door closes?
It locks automatically.
Yeah, so...
And I'm pretty sure Morgan had it closed, right?
I mean, when they arrived, what did they testify to doing? Or what did Huey Rogers testify to doing? Or, sorry, not Huey specifically, but what did he say happened, how they got in the building? It's probably under Rogers' testimony, I think. Rogers, maybe Huey's testimony? Should be in there. Or maybe under vault, maybe not vault door, I'm sorry. It's just the front door if there is one for it.
Definitely had to unlock it, tell me inside. I didn't think to see if I had locked behind me after I left.
Because we talked to Huey yesterday.
Well, it doesn't seem to have any... Bunn's testimony, Miller's autopsy. Dunlop testified in here, right? Second, Rogers already apprehended the suspect. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor and all the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked.
Scroll down to the bottom and make...
If you know the answer, you could just tell me.
Okay. They shot the lock open.
Yeah, because
Well, they shot the lock because
it was
it
locked.
was locked. There's no other reason to shoot the lock.
Yeah. No, the door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master key was found in Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key? Oh, a spare key. How convenient, but completely unfounded. But the witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. How about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Alright. It was under the dumpster. That's why it was moved. Right. Yeah.
Where else could it be hidden? Or rather, is there any evidence that anything else could have held it?
It could have been under the dumpster. The knife was... The trash can was on fire. The fire escape was used to get to the 2nd floor, which is why... The door on the 1st floor, which is why it was open.
Well, the fire escape doesn't have a ladder that goes down to the 1st floor. You can't climb up the fire escape from the ground floor. So
if you
how could you
if
hide
you
a spare key up there?
yeah, but also if you leap up from the dumpster underneath it, you could reach it.
I
Right.
don't think you could.
So what's the dumpster? What is your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment. And besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Ugh. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster is clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from Dirty Rain in the lower wards. You can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained out there. The witnesses testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door is left underneath the dumpster?
Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant.
Yep.
Or a setting stone. Or a Biwa statue.
Or under the... Yeah, which is... This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster's massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after the police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew they'd find something. Only if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... Here we go, the big play. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor! As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, you should have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy. But I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Raw. Or the only thing I push over are girls onto the bed when I... Fact is, you're bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said.
We could check for your fingerprints on the front door.
One second. Alright, sorry about that. Had to answer some DMs about a commission I'm getting. You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for your fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisteds and addicts and whoever else stumbling around that alley. Would we? Don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. Now I might have stepped down that alley to catch my breath. Then why didn't we see a puddle of vomit on the floor, Would you believe I rested my hand on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing! What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before Cynimax showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What?
I'm gonna prove how. How?
I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. How? Exactly. What? No, not what. How? How? Exactly.
I don't know. It's on third.
Go fuck yourself. No, go fuck yourselves in it's the left field.
What the hell is that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again?
What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency. As does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. Gah!
I love her angry face.
So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly is this whistle found? Was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course.
Near where Creek's body lay. Oh, no, that's you, sorry.
Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed his whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts. As I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I was in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those 2 officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? Yeah. No, at that point she would have had to hide. Max ammo! Only one found unlocked by Lena Reyes, requires skeleton key. Since they didn't see her, logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but it's also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier?
Rogers, had already apprehended the suspect, so
Is she? Is
we
she saying?
focused on... Oh
Is
yeah,
she
she's saying it in his voice. Yeah.
She's playing an audio recording because she's glowing like a microwave.
Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? It would really help with my JoJo references.
I want to learn how, what's her name? Julie Powers and Scott Pilgrim did censored swear words with her mouth. How are you doing that with your mouth? Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps, by a spare master key.
Is that some kind of big deal?
Eto Blair.
Bleh.
Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan's proposing would put the witness behind Officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceed upstairs. Not a bad place to be. If you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness as somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. That's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel.
Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree.
I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could Han have gotten behind Chopin on the third floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. Shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in the position where she was able to kill Chopin. Should first ask what Han would have done to serve her. Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. You can access the stenography protocol.
The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai.
If Han wants to self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Roger's testimony.
Rogers is the only other person who was there immediately before Chopin's murder.
Recite Roger's testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for?
We heard a loud slam.
We heard a loud slam. Oh no,
Oh man, oh god, oh man, oh god, oh man, oh no, oh god, oh man. That video of someone spinning in a circle with a camera.
I love that video. Oh god, oh man. I like the YouTube poop version where it's like, oh gog, oh ma'am.
Oh, good old games.
It'd be really funny if Rogers actually sounded like Shaggy. Chopin gets all deadly serious.
All deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead.
Oh, because he knows I'm a big fucking fuck up. Another hydrate, thank you. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley. The one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... landed on Dumpster. The sound the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene. Out the window, down the fire escape. And onto the dumpster. Come on, play Scarlet, draw!
Not yet, you're not winning.
It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this sort of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful?
I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously.
You're telling me that?
What exactly are you accusing this witness of?
Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Yeah. Obviously I am. Counselor, you... am joking. Yes, I was, though. Han killed him.
But she fled the scene. She jumped out and ran away, is what everyone else said.
That's bullshit.
You have more than enough money. The dumpster.
The dumpy. Thank you for a posture check. You only need to do it once. I'll refund those points for you. There you go.
This one, the answer, I believe, was Han.
Yeah, it was Han.
I am curious what the wrong answer dialogue is for choosing the dumpster there.
You can't redeem a what? I can't redeem a reward? Huh? No, you did posture check twice, so I gave you 100 points back, is what I was saying. But, wrong button. If my theory's right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied in this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Yet. No, you're fine, Crocodile. You didn't do anything wrong.
Ooh. That was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares?
Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor.
Okie dokie.
Okie dokie then.
Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to a holding room.
Also, whack her peepee.
Whack.
Forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you?
With Sosuke?
He needs a bodyguard. Can't let someone with concussion fall asleep, right?
I am certainly not still concussed at this point.
Opening my second drink because I'm out of normal water now. See? He's delirious. Got ourselves a Fuji apple flavored clear American sparkling water. That very much wants to... very much wants to, what's the word? Fizz out of the bottle when I open it. I knew it was getting shooken up too much on the conveyor belt. There we go. Maybe get a bit of ASMR here. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai.
I do not trust you in the slightest. But okay.
Okay, Adonai. Yay!
Just
Good
trust
luck.
Trust me, okay, Spearmint? Okay. Yay!
One post about, Daddy, what's wrong with the economy right now? Don't worry about it, kitten.
Oh, okay. Yay! Place empties out faster than I thought.
No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just gave your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether I should or should not add it to the record.
Have you
Girls
played
fighting.
Have you played AI the Somnium Files or the
I
present
played the
when
first game, I haven't played the second game
Yeah,
all the
or-
way through yet.
Would you like to attend when I play Nirvana Initiative?
Maybe. I want to play through it on my own, but
That's-
we'll see when I get around to that.
That's fair. The offer's open. You don't have to, but the offer's there. So, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just going to be more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? Think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard.
It's an old guard.
I love her nose-picking face. Girl, you're an android. You don't have boogers.
No thoughts in that head.
She's scraping at an empty... She's scraping
She's
at
cleaning out the dust in an air vent.
She's digging in a ore vein that's already completely depleted. already run dry. The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder.
Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special? It's a pun on Dateline, I think.
I know.
Oh, just a different version.
Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from... Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on? I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 50 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't, ain't exactly got me feeling... Sosuke didn't kill Creek. They made warm androids, why not snotty androids? Damn, Sasuke's got a point.
I mean,
a warm
androids. If
a
you
warm
design an android with a mucus system,
I mean, they
you
do
also design an android that can spit in your mouth.
They did design androids with mucus. What do you think? How do you think they lubricate the pussies?
Fair.
Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit. But how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest toasting to the news of the verdict? It's for dust management. Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek, because the whistles all have specific frequencies. You gotta set them into your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press a button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was fastest that way, on foot. Usually is, in the lower wards. Emma Oozday. Oozday, rather.
Gelatinous cube in the courtroom. That sounds
Emma...
mean.
What?
No, I heard ooze, and I'm thinking like ooze.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
I'm like, oh yeah, oozes like the gelatinous cube.
she's rather gelatinous. See the way that tummy and ass shake when she walks? Like, goddamn. I knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and had just gotten my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up, reds and blues, but no siren. Bonking me and calling me a gaylord? This is mod abuse. I'm trying to be some kind of movie shit. I thought they were gonna shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used the spare key in the nearest vault, dipped inside and pray they would just head upstairs, straight upstairs. Queen of gay. Lucky for me, they did. You followed after them? At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. One went upstairs. He was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. I think I have an idea of how this episode's gonna end. Morgan's gonna go back to lower wards and kill that kid who saw her.
Child murder would be a good escalation, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That, or if she doesn't go and kill that kid, then the kid's probably gonna show up in a later episode and basically blow her entire cover.
Or, what is it? Have you ever watched The Wire?
No.
Okay. Then never mind. I can say there is a famous scene where someone is surprisingly murdered by a 12-year-old boy. Breaking Bad draw inspiration from it for another scene.
I know. I've seen the episode of CSI where the police gunned down Justin Bieber.
I've seen that one too.
To quote one of my favorite old YouTube poops. I don't think is on YouTube anymore. Bullets flying everywhere. Is Justin Bieber dead? Saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Chopin, just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too. But I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. But I ended up smacking a dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps in the fire escape. My knees had stopped shaking, the fog was with me. They never saw me. Saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as Sinus rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay, at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then, people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know, not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here.
I'm still here.
I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? Hard to copy, easy to destroy. Oh yeah, the knife. It was thrown into the fire. Found on second floor.
Hey, what's that thing on the scrap of paper? Can you read anything on that?
Scrap of red ink document with a common type of boot print left on it, recovered from the room directly below the crime scene. was missed or disregarded by previous sweeps of the building that dismissed it as trash. Having been exposed to natural humidity for some time, the red ink is already illegible, but a watermark remains visible in the corner. Sinus. It's a boot print. What about it?
Yeah, but why that logo? Why is that logo there? Why is there a scrap of paper with a Sinus security watermark? And do you remember where that was found?
Yeah, I can read. It's on the second floor.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
I was just looking at how the color changed. And I was like, is it?
Yeah,
if there's
that's
like
really
something
cool.
hidden on it that it reveals.
It reveals the.
I mean, besides the blood,
splatter.
you know, like a UV light. Anyway, why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. Ooh, hang on. My commission is done.
Hell yeah.
That's okay, I will. You covered that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice.
Didn't see that coming.
Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin died. Not an accomplice to murder. Just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Ugh. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible. Only took four characters for the P-492 plan to blow up in court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning, all down the drain, because Krieg was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. His sign is security? You leaked the red ink? Krieg never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Baby, I'm a giver. Baby, I deliver. I get the job done. Gave money, food, blood more than any of us. I could totally picture Krieg listening to Chapel Roan. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. A guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it? Why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Krieg was charismatic, brave, smart. Everything they feared in the young blood. They also knew Creek made them too much money for them just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities. Less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel. Then wait for them to screw up, so you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, they're the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind them into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab the Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. Oh, the no mask. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into an inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. Do you think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did I answer your questions, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure.
Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it?
Moving an item from an ARC-scanned building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over the trash to hide it was the best I could do. Low reward survival tactics. Hide in numbers. The scrap wasn't on the second floor when he left, but it was on the ARCs from the start. That means Ray's body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though all we've managed to establish is that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around.
You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid?
Yes.
Yes.
Chat, am I soup? Yes. Just because those papers originate on the third floor? If that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into...
Dr. Sato.
Hmm? Hmm?
She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report. If you even care.
Hang on. I think I still have it.
Oh man, that man's solar plexus is fucked. Poor Miles.
Maybe.
Should we let her in?
Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so...
So I can cry if I want to. Open her up. And kick the flirt out.
Hey, Miss Morgan. That Ikarian dog didn't kill Creek's pot. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? I guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer's not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Oh, come on, it was so totally her that killed Chopin! What are we doing here?
I don't know, find out.
Just
Maybe
letting
Sato
her...
will give you some clues. Did I voice Sato or did you voice Sato?
Me.
Okay.
I voiced almost all the girls. At least the important ones. The ones who are trans. Phew. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two.
That's cool. Just imply I'm the ugly. It's fine.
Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. This knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana, considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller. What got updated?
My knife. At least I think that's how it's still labeled.
It was. But I'd have no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything? Nothing in the range of missability. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. Well, I also found AB- and B- samples on it. I found one more blood type as well. A positive. Okay, who's got a positive blood? It was Barrows. She's the killer. And Chopin. Oh my god, Chopin killed himself.
Chopin killed himself with the knife and then threw the knife in the dumpster and then stabbed
No,
himself with the katana.
Yes. He tried to stab himself with the knife, found it wasn't effective enough, so he froze the handle of Yoru in a block of ice, then he leapt off the desk to land on top of it just to stand up and fall forward onto his stomach. That's why Sosuke was standing over him with his sword in the cop's back. Just like that one episode of Detective Conan. Oh my god, it was boss. The boss did it. I can't... Now Sarah's gotta find a new job. Oh, me and London share a blood type. Cool. It was me, Ray? She couldn't have been there. Not the hottest evil lady.
She evil though? I think she's just greedy.
Oh, you know who else has AB minus?
I mean, it is her knife.
Yeah. Oops. Her smile. Cherishable. Type U-AD. Thank goodness Sosuke has the same blood type as Morgan. Three people cut with one knife? This can't be hygienic.
As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine.
A+ blood? Who was there that night that had A+ blood? Your Honors, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Dr. Soto believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana. That means this knife was also the source of Miller's blood and Sosuke's bindings. So either my client killed 4 men while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife, with his wrists tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed.
But wait, that almost sounds like...
An alibi for 4 of the 5 murders!
There it is.
That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikari was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikari is the only person with his fingerprints on the katana. Something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense's theorized fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes, but unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there is evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Sorry.
No, it's fun.
Trying to play Rhythm Heaven with this UI is very hard. Anyway, let's actually answer the question. What's Forcing for Appeal's case, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. Hey, I need to relook at everyone who had Barrows, Chopin, and Boss.
Yep, those are the only 2 with the correct blood type.
Barrows, Chopin, and Boss all have A positive. And Mireille. That's 4 people. It is a knife, because it's A positive. AB positive. AM positive. Whatever, you know what I mean. The knife that
AB
Dr.
positive, this is the murder weapon that killed Chopin.
AM. Whatever. The knife that Dr. Stout just confirmed was on Miller? Very likely used to kill Miller, yes. But definitely used to kill Chopin. What? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin is the only victim with A positive blood. Even my client, Sosuke, has AB minus, AB negative blood. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that AB positive blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Check. Not at any point, no. This knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the Arcs. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by that sword! We've all seen it! Yes, but not fatally, because he was already dead. Omayo Moshinderu.
Nani?
How could that stab would not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem.
Like the bat.
Omayo... Because it was post-mortem. Omayo Moshinderu. And everyone else in the courtroom says
so
Nani.
desu.
Ah, so desu ka.
Deska is like a made-up word.
What?
I'm thinking of the thing that happens in Earthbound whenever you select like a character name or like a character's like favorite food, and it goes, "Oh, Togeska." I remember that being like a nonsense word they just made to like as a confirmed noise.
Oh. I've never played Earthbound. I've never played any Mother games.
Well, if you've played Undertale, you should probably play any of the Mother games.
No, I only play good games. I only play good games like Deltarune. That's not true. I've
Beating you
also...
to death with hammers.
I'm sorry, that's a lie. I haven't played Deltarune either. I don't even own Deltarune. I need to be the last trans person alive who's never played Undertale or Deltarune. That's my life goal.
Have you played Fallout New Vegas?
Unfortunately.
Okay. You at least have that going for you.
What is
The
it?
Undertale part.
Relevance, Your Honor? What's Fallout 4 got to do with Undertale? You're basing this on the blood?
Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah.
It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was the result of the sword being jostled backwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yes, Chopin was stabbed in the heart, from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor, dead. Then the knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with the sword in the same wound, leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and marking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor. This may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation in the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. But finding the frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable. And stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. They didn't need a katana to frame Sosuke. Yeah, they needed it.
absolutely sure.
I'm a positive. For the Hound to use his own blade to kill someone? Yeah. Natch. Besides, we need to paint that it was... We need to paint the picture that Sosuke was framed. Because he was.
With the... Well, hang on. If Sosuke's the only person alive there,
Oh, wait.
does the katana
Sona?
Does the katana help make him more guilty? Or could they just leave him there alive and pin it on him?
I mean, us, Heartbreak Killer was framing him, but so was another
Right,
person.
but the Chopin murder specifically.
Yeah. I mean, it makes most sense that Han wanted to frame him because as being with the Youngbloods, she would want to ensure the Little Lord never helps them. Ilgard never get their money.
No, that's the Little Lord.
Bitch, she might.
She might. That's all you have to go off.
We don't know that she knows, but we also don't know that she doesn't know. Nope. 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 I'm sure it occurred to them that the sword would point to Sosuke. But if their primary goal is framing him, all they'd have to do is put the knife in his hands. Ah, that's true. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 for 4 times as much work. That means more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. So, Barrows, Chopin... Barrows, Chopin, Boss, and Mirai.
What are you thinking about now?
Playing with the keychain, I think about who else could be the killer if not Han.
Does the killer's blood end up on the knife? Because...
Well, no. Knowing there's a new blood type there, that opens up a realm of possibilities. Like, sure, it could be Chopin's because the knife is in him, but also, because we can't determine exact DNA, that can mean it could be more than one person's A positive.
Any of those 3 blood types could come from another person as well, and we wouldn't know.
Yeah, like
so that's opening up too many doors.
Yeah, like that AB negative blood there might not be Sosuke's, could also be ours because Morgan's also AB negative, which is most likely the case. But like, it's obviously not Barrows. It's obviously not Barrows and Boss. I'm just throwing those out the window because that's ridiculous. Well, maybe hold on to Boss. Just as the least likely option. So that leaves Mirai as a possibility, which... If she ends up being arrested, I'd be very sad because... Evil hot CEO lady. Boss lady, not CEO, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Stabbing Chopin's corpse with a katana didn't help them frame Sosuke. So what did it achieve?
It made a big mess some poor schmuck would have to clean up.
Yes, that's... Chopin's blood near the store all the red ink dots at the scene. Who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice just so that his blood would cover up the red ink dots? This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite. You what? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he had every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just to get the whole project cancelled? Leaving the lower wards an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen. A lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. And an Icario like my client would be actively rooting for it. Do you think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just? All that money left on the table? All the future money coming down the line? That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he'd killed his captors? Something along those lines?
So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not?
Teehee. That'll be cleaned up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. Oh my god, did fucking Rogers kill his own partner? Wait. Did I look at Rogers? No. He's AB negative. Oh my god.
Just like sand, marshmallows, and the lottery. What a pathetic meow meow of a man. Could this man kill anyone?
Yes. It's often the most pathetic people that are capable of murder. It's like Batman says, criminals are a suspicious and cowardly lot.
So, Yoru wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound. To soak the papers? A very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments.
Colder than stabbing someone in the back?
In some ways.
Didn't think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us once again, Officer Rogers. Sucker heard you say that and was like, OMG me! The pathetic people being capable of murder thing. Hey, Sucker's not annoying. She's just pathetic. There's a difference.
No problem. Where is everybody, though?
Like, where is everyone, man? I'm all alone. I'm so fucking scared.
Turned out the lights!
Rot-ree. Anyway.
Well, after the shooting yesterday... I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Clarity. Speed. Trial's gotta go fast, baby. And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again.
We were almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find a lack of an eye to be intimidating.
Nah, guess not. Where did we leave off with this guy, anyway? I believe that lawyer over there just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods.
I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness's sworn testimony, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself.
And I stand by that.
Good. Does the defense have questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day?
Tempting. But I guess we better not.
Excuse me. Your Honor, we ask that the witness testify once more about how he and his partner arrived on the scene.
Yeah, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like.
I'm gonna have to call you on that. Whistle.
That's it. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots.
Fuck you! That's fake.
We
Anyway.
headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot, and we arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So, Chopin shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. Then there was a slam and my partner bolted to the third floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running to find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Adonai? Are you waiting for something, perhaps? Do you want me to tell you how this one works?
A whistle of unusual... Han said she got the alert at 9:47. I remember that much.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to listen over the testimony one more time, then I can probably nail it.
Okay.
Just serving the moment, I suppose. There's only one thing to do at this point, and once I hit the trigger on it, things will really take off.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. It doesn't matter when you hit call, it always sets off the phone.
He didn't hear a gunshot. He also got the alert.
Quit that already! As I mentioned, I feel many times by now that is a very unpleasant tone, Adonai.
Sorry, Butterfingers. Hasn't anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice on the same audience. Speaking of which... Uh-oh. You gonna answer that, Officer Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, what I accidentally pressed just now is a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the court computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software and state-provided devices?
It's not breaking any regulations.
Doesn't need to earn you any demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin also have the app installed? We can go check.
If having that up on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'd have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards.
What do you mean?
It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another.
Yeah, but Han also told us that the app is set to receive specific frequencies from the whistles, so that means him and possibly Chopin had Creek's buzzer on speed dial, so yeah,
Lights on buildings,
they're all
calls left out
paid.
on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Jump scare me like that. When you've got to figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen.
Oh my god. She's the Statue of Liberty.
Justice.
Yeah, the Statue of Liberty and Lady Liberty. In their clingy dresses.
Anyway, whistles like that one aren't uncommon.
So is it common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia?
Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry. And that goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible, horrible racket. Adonai, you fucked up my ears again for no reason. Adonai, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing?
Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it.
Yeah, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact.
What? I see. The hell is he reading over there? Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip that the police department received last night. Oh,
Haven't seen the submission myself. But it came through the department network straight into everyone's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential Orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards, use this information at your discretion.
That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes.
Would they? I don't know.
You're not weaseling your way out of this, you little fuck.
I don't control how anonymous tips get handled.
This dude looks like Jay Schlapp before he put on the weight, but after he grew the mutton chops. So people would stop calling him a twink. But as soon as you got an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at a random frequency, you tuned into it right away.
Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me. Barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself.
Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death? That's news to the court.
You know what I mean.
I don't think I do. Elaborate. Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officer Rogers may have the receiver app on his phone, but so do many other police officers in this city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added, so there's no proof of when his phone first started listening for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. Therefore, they had no criminal informants of their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that this signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that.
Yeah.
Officers couldn't have acquired that frequency. Found Greek says Chopin's fingerprints reported dark card transaction. Oh, hang on. It's the gun, isn't it?
Is it? What about the gun?
It
It's
registers.
a Mag US.
Yeah, they know anytime it's fired. That's how he heard the gunshot, because he got an alert telling him when it fired. Shortbro Maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime, modified to an illegal synthesis of identity after increasingly. Found on Tank's person over a week ago during a routine civilian frisk by police. Report follows. Subject is in possession of firearms, violation of parole. Firearm shows signs of illegal modification. Subject is in possession of subject communication software. Subject in possession of suspect
communication software.
Subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. Personal discretion without prejudice. Yeah. Tank was an informant. I'm betting it all on this. Even my life. The gun? What of it? Not just any gun, a MAG US, legally registered to Unker Tan. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago, when Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. That report? Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone.
You wrote all of that in the report?
You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tank's phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box.
The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves?
The same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. Same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents of Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars.
Huh?
You wanted to be first on the scene at the site of a blue blood massacre. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor, and losing her mere thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was in fact a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It can only have gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot. It arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower words were maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else they would have never received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R are in a police car...
in a police car,
right, that's...
and they both receive a signal at the same time.
Sorry, I really got into that. I forgot it was 80.
It's fine. And a train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m.
Why does Brent have someone's dish soap? Mind your own business, Davey!
That seems like an irrelevant factor.
All the court need consider is this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within that range?
I can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful.
This isn't geometry, damn it, it's just... logic. Fact is, they did arrive later than Han. And I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night. If he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got a notification telling him some blue bloods were having a life or death emergency, how would he react in that moment? It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining exactly how Chopin proceeded to the crime scene? I have that evidence. I don't have that evidence.
What do you think?
we shot the gun before. So
Well-
if the gun was bugged or like had an alert
Gun
that
isn't bugged. He had pulled out all the monitoring stuff, I'm sure, when he got it legally modded.
did it say that? I don't remember if it said that.
It's been illegally modded. That would be an illegal mod, possibly.
I guess.
I think it's very likely, and I think that
But
you're
even-
going down the wrong path.
Even if it still had the monitoring stuff in it, that means they would have heard that alert before Creek's buzzer, so
It's the same
they could have
alert
left.
No, hang on. It's the same alert that Creek sent to Han, okay?
I know, I'm
That's
saying-
the exact
I'm
same
ex-
alert they got.
I know, I'm explaining that what I'm trying to say is a dead end. Because they would have gotten the alert for the gun first and could have arrived to the scene sooner than Han would have gotten the alert to go, so that's a dead end, so we don't have the evidence. I'm like 90% sure we don't have the evidence. Gruffly, Your Honor, we don't have such evidence in our possession. But fortunately, Your Honor, we live in a surveillance police state. Pardon? And that makes it pretty easy to surveil police officers. The officer's patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I request any of it. Hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it.
What?
What?
Did she do that?
Hello, Star. It's Morgan, though, not Maxie.
I'm not sure. I'm still learning.
Ray's drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. It was her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court. After Officer Chopin reported that he had heard shots fired at 9:45. Exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene?
Kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object?
Next time you hear him make you thick. Maybe when I'm using my other model. This one doesn't have that function, so I'd have to refund you. The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through.
If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron.
Oh, he's gone into ACAB mode. Officer Rogers?
He seems different.
Hardly recognize him.
Agreed, but I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate.
Pardon?
That's a first.
Rude.
Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time.
No objections here?
Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Ankur Tan. He entered it into both of our receiver apps at the time, without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question that he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained, and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m., we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time that he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. As he started to explain to me what he believed we would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction.
So you both knew the silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency. But only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there.
Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an Orca gunfight without backup.
You could have had backup, easily.
My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer.
Delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. So you're telling me the court that you and your partner arrived... The court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and he still shot the lock of a door and started stomping around inside while separated from one another?
Respectfully, ma'am. With the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized.
Is he being transmisogynistic?
What?
I don't like the way he said ma'am in italics. It's like he's implying something.
I think he doesn't think that, I think he's mad at Emma for, not wrapping up the trial sooner. Like, oh, I have to come back here and do all this shit now? Now I have to, like, change my whole demeanor up to make this happen? And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet, we were still the first on the scene, despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited, and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed with his request to split up.
First to arrive on the scene? We know that wasn't the case. A blue blood got there well before you and your partner.
That's what you were talking about?
The witness wasn't present for that individual's testimony. He's merely giving the facts as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a blue blood in the building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway.
That was a blue blood making all that racket. I see. My partner Chopin. He shouted that there was someone scrambling down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check.
That's a new detail, Officer Rogers.
Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. Rogers is not plural.
Huh?
Zasa asked
Oh.
if Rogers is plural, which I know for a fact Rogers is not a plural person or multitude. I'm not good on terminology.
Yeah, I think... I wasn't looking at chat at the time. I think he meant we as in him and Chopin, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Or possibly a switch in personality, because there's this whole, like, oh, he seems like a whole new person now. Rather, it's him changing from the, like, loser officer who can't do anything right to the, okay, yeah, I'm gonna stop playing and pretending to be like that and actually, you know, fall in line as a soldier of the state and do my job. At least that's what it looks like he's doing. We don't really know why he's doing this either.
He's going mask off.
Yeah. He has this mask of being an ineffectual police officer who barely passes his score on the shooting exam.
Like
then
kind of like Toru Adachi.
And now he's like kind of in trouble, so now he's like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna be serious about this now.
It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime.
A bloodied knife, which somehow ended up down in the dumps.
Know anything about that?
No, ma'am. I do not.
Playing dumb? Wrong move.
But I do know Cynimax is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities.
Oh, referring to the whole
Rogers...
demeanor changing, couldn't tell if it was the mask off thing or it was a front switch.
Yeah, well, I'm speaking with foreknowledge. This is not Rogers being plural. This is Rogers deciding to change his behavior.
I mean, yeah, we figured out not too long ago that, yeah, he's the killer. I thought I was so smart last stream.
We at least have a very good idea that he might have been involved in the death, and we're trying to fish that out of him now.
And I thought I was so smart last stream, thinking I figured out it was Han.
Han is a very good red herring. Well, not even a red herring. She leads you to the proper killer in the end. But Han is a very good suspect because she is also the site security manager, so she has like so much power over the crime scene every time you visit it.
And I was like, yeah, so it's like a big name in Cynimax as well as one of the higher rankings of the Blue Bloods. She would have... There's precedence there for her to want to have the young lord put into prison forever.
Mm-hmm.
Where the old guard can't reach him.
Yeah.
It's like the motive is... The motive is... The possible motive was there.
She has a motive for framing Sosuke, but not directly for killing Chopin, is the issue, I think. She could frame... She could frame him for that, and then the old guard would pay off one of their soldiers to go to prison for Sosuke.
I figured the logic was... Sure, Sosuke killing a bunch of Blue Bloods would be pretty bad, but also killing a cop on top of it would definitely, without a doubt, land him in prison. So, like, add that onto it too, you know?
Yeah, I just don't think Han could have set that up easily.
Or even better, get killed by the police while in custody or in court.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Han could set that up, she would have done it. but I don't think she had any particular motive to kill Officer Chopin specifically. It was more just like, if she could have set him up for that, she would have. But again, I don't think she knows who the Little Lord is in the end, because we never have any discussion with her until she leaves the trial. We still don't know what's happening after this, but...
How did Creeks getting know he was the Little Lord?
So, they took blood samples from him at the crime scene. There's a needle filled with blood.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, wait, now that I think about it. No, that's why they tortured him.
Yeah,
That's why they tortured him, because they were trying to figure out why the old guard wanted Sosuke and not Makoto. Because they were told to capture Sosuke specifically.
Alright.
That's why. They wanted to know why they were nearly killed multiple times trying to capture Sosuke.
Yeah.
They didn't take a blood test of him or anything.
One of them someone knew he was a Little Lord, though, besides the old guard. Anyway, I think we're just talking in circles now.
Yeah.
Explain this to the court, then. Forensic analysis has already shown that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established that this knife must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings.
If you say so.
The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officer Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. Arrived second to scene, saw unlocked first floor vault, found Rogers arresting Sosuke. Silver can use a silent alarm. No. It's a testimony. We know for a fact that Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his bonds. And Detective London has testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That's a question well worth asking the witness.
I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the Mag US and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about? Where'd you find it? In the trash. Drama.
Sarah, I get it, but it's not a big deal.
It's a big deal to me. You made me lick it. Down in the alley? We've got maybe an hour and a half left, by the way.
Before you need to go when the...
No, when the game ends.
Oh.
We're almost at the end.
Perfect.
Well, then some crime scene tech idiot must have thrown it out without thinking it was bio-waste.
Sorry, I saw something posted in the server I'm in and I was perplexed by the GIF. Why is this spear so wet?
Do send this to me, Nega, because now I'm curious.
Like, yeah, the Like, yeah, the joke in the post is also funny, but like, why is the spear so wet? It's gross.
Poisoned?
That's a very inefficient way of poisoning something. It's like, it's just so sloppy. I really need to hire an editor that just like interjects all these posts we're talking about into the streams while they're being discussed. Alright, fine. Zasika wants to see it too. How it feels popping a Viagra after being on estrogen for a year.
Can you imagine what the noise is when he pulls that out?
Shut up.
Or some scientist lackey tossed it as a prank.
We gotta lock in.
I wouldn't know. Because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the 3rd floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse.
Yes, we get it. You're trying to drum up sympathy. Unfortunately, there's
Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin.
Unfortunately, Rogers, there's no court or jury to... There's no court of people to hear your woes this time.
Officer Rogers, can you take off your hat again? I want to use a laser pointer and reflect light off of it onto the ceiling.
Oh, did he have a bald spot?
Yes, he does. If you look on his profile
Right.
picture, he has one.
Holy shit, why is that spear so wet? Right?
It comes pre-lubed. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point, and we know it ended up down in the alley later. So it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out of the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it.
Or they threw it from the threw it out the window. He could have removed the knife. He could have. He threw it out the window. It's so obvious. Come on.
And we already established earlier that the window was open by the time.
Yeah.
Like,
Open from.
the window was opened when someone went from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor and left that scrap of paper there.
Yeah, from Han leaving.
Yeah, so the window was opened as Han was leaving right before Chauvin gets murdered.
0 points for you.
0 points again?
All that processing power and you can't manage to think in 3D. It doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do to dispose that knife was step out onto the fire escape and... drop the knife down to the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the 3rd floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers.
What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about?
That's not a trick shot, it's like a straight drop. Your target was even highlighted. It was literally flaming hot bright. That is a long drop, Your Honor. It's a straight drop!
Yes, but these people obviously are not very experienced with straight things.
Okay, you know what? Valid. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. Target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and...
I've taken both of your arguments into consideration. After much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the 3rd floor...
Or, you know, he could have used his Go-Go Gadget arms to reach down even lower to make the drop easier. Those were the fucking vibes he was giving off. He was giving off Inspector Gadget vibes before he went mask off.
See, I keep hearing that, and now I'm thinking trans-day visibility, so I'm like, oh, mask off. Your Honor, trans.
Don't you mean coming
that's
out
a
of his?
bad one.
Don't you mean coming out of his shell?
Coming out
And
of
this-
my cage, and I've been doing just fine.
In this TEDx talk, I like to explain to you how the Teenage Mutant Turtles are a trans allegory. Anyway,
I mean, they did drink the water that makes the frogs gay. It's not actually that hard to do. Assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and a basic understanding of Newtonian physics. How do I know these words? Well, obviously. Couldn't anyone manage that?
Sarah could.
Practiced martial artists who are masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself, I'm glazing you more and more, by the way, and me, might find it hard to relate.
Speaking of glazing, may I glaze your schlong?
But there are some who would struggle with the task.
Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination? Eloquently put, Your Honor. Wait. Why'd you point out hand-eye coordination?
What is Officer Huey Rogers famous for?
What?
What is Officer Huey Rogers famous for? Emma's saying it right now.
I know, but...
See, look at that rapidly expanding bald spot.
Comb over. Must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Check.
Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. It just might be that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible.
If all those stupid details come back and bite me in the ass, the piss-poor aim that London mentioned?
Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the Academy? It's easy to not hit your target. But why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself a strange alibi here today? Yeah, why would he do that?
Reasonable doubt. Perfect persona, even.
For like, what, 8 years ago? Just in case he went on trial for not shooting someone?
It's all to establish the mask. Like how... it's too much to explain. I want to get through this. He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified.
Good lord. You'd have to be trying to... If his goal was to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. But then, what about when he first saw me?
Well, he saw you when you were bent over picking up your sword, so he probably just got a little bit distracted by that sweet ass of yours.
What if you walked out and then tripped on the blood and then hit your head and knocked yourself out instantly? And he just looked at you like a pathetic wet man. It's true that any other oh, sorry.
I'm
Couldn't
sorry.
remember if I read that line. No, it's fine. It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad a shot, why am I still alive?
That's a good question. That's the story Roger's has been telling so far, that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged and Sosuke's got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? Maybe he suspected that even if he was still bruised, he still had the strength to overpower him, so he just took him by surprise. I don't know.
Or, I have an idea.
Go on.
What if Sosuke was knocked out before Chobin died?
Ah. So he killed his own partner to do what?
Yeah. What indeed?
Could have told his fellow officer what our story you liked afterwards. And we wouldn't even be having this
Motive's
trial.
still murder, but we don't know what the murder is yet. Motive is yet.
I mean, we very much do know what the murder is.
Yeah.
I fear for my life. That's all I need to say. In what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now that my client and the witness were in a physical altercation.
I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force?
If anything, you use unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you...
It may have. I can't say that I would have necessarily noticed something clattering to the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp.
Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections.
Then let's hear it. Good versus evil. Man versus machine. Round 1.
Addy,
Fight.
80, this is a trial, not TF2.
Cop versus robber.
I'm a lawyer.
I'm not a machine or a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Adonai would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. What kind of joke is that?
Yoru? Fire escape. Sasuke Malka records.
When that blue blood fled down the fire escape into the alley, I poked my head out into that window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the 3rd floor, where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs, where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured, and the sword was stuck. So before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned on me with a dull shock as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead.
There it
He
is.
collapsed after that, and the room was a mess, my blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. Despite his change in posture, he's still telling the same story.
Yeah, he hasn't changed his tune. But he is giving more details than ever before. And one of those details is about to bite him in the ass. Why are we striking Emma with it? We should be hitting him. That sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could you have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured?
What are you talking about? Yesterday he had bruises across his entire body.
An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of his head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato is still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand.
Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt. To get the back of my head checked?
No one is taking their shirt off while I'm here. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan.
Get your nonsense out of here.
Your Fujoshi nonsense out of here. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical records to make her argument largest wound. But the fact is the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull.
She's not wrong. I still remember every ache.
It's entirely possible when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead, the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the background of his head. At the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible.
Sosuke's injuries, they've mostly healed as of this morning.
She did that on purpose!
She ordered his estrogen injection. Her. Damn it. If I'm making jokes about estrogen injections, I gotta use she, her pronouns for Sosuke.
I hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both people of us flying X-ray specialists and continuing analysts to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant on the head, and the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wound's open to interpretation, then It doesn't help, but I know it would. Note. It is possible that events took place exactly as Roger has described. But if that's the case, Sosuke would have fallen onto his back. And yet the medical report tells us that he was covered in blood on the front of his body. Officer Rogers claims that Sosuke was hit in the forehead and fell backwards. But what would he have fallen onto?
In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck.
Yucky.
Ew.
You're exactly right.
All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today.
He would have gotten blood all across his back, but that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states that he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward.
And what of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happened fast.
Your body cam wouldn't corroborate that. Don't try to bullshit
What body cam?
Right? Okay, yeah.
Reyes is the only one who had a body cam that night.
Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have, in fact, actually struck my client from behind.
Yeah, maybe.
Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you.
It's... No.
Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense why you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario.
No, he was... The guy's got nearly a full head on me.
And?
True.
Truth nuke.
True. I don't deny it.
Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happened as you say and he had the element of surprise, he would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible. The one easiest to reach, the center of the bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me? He was bending over to pick up his sword, like in his testimony. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened.
You mean... he was asleep?
No, bitch. No. Considering that he was struck in the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time Sosuke Karia was... My client must have been bent over.
Damn.
He was bent over when the witness came from behind. Phrasing!
Adonai.
What? Why are you interrupting me now?
Because I thought you would want to know that you were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very... silly.
Suggestive, not silly. What are you talking about?
Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one.
So this is a part of Fina's stream that I caught a very brief glimpse of. What?
It was when Sosuke bent over to pick up Yoru. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke on his crown. As I've said, the one thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. Picking it up off the ground.
Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are freshening your breath. Tactics are for freshening your breath. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning.
Final Fantasy Tic Tacs.
My favorite genre, turn-based tic-tac. Turn-based tic-tacs games. Your client really had walked out of that holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first, and then push open the door, and he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there, figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room, here. That doesn't work. If that was the case, your client would have fallen face first here. Instead, he was apprehended here in the center of the room. Hey, makes sense to me. Looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. Then he was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor.
So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently?
That would have been even louder.
I was hoping to learn that technique.
Also, Sarah, honey, that's not how stalking works. Can't believe I gotta teach this lesson on this stream. Hang on. Alright, learn a thing, chat.
Snake, that floor is designed so that your footsteps echo. Listen, Snake, there's a way to walk so your footsteps won't be heard. I call it stalking. Here's how you do it. First, put your weight on the opposite foot that you're going to step with. Then, take a step so that your heel makes contact with the ground first. Then, as you slowly lower the tip of your foot to the floor, gradually shift your weight onto that foot. Use your knees to maintain the subtle balance. Try it. I can't do it. Another way is to wear your socks over your shoes. If you crawl on your stomach, you won't make any noise either.
So disappointing you, Sarah. I thought you'd know better.
I mean, it's, 80 is the one who is making all of the Metal Gear references.
Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of the implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out into the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back. The only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him
Would be me.
which I confess to right now. Yes. Any thoughts on that, officer?
There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually.
How many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
Why is that assassin's chest so large? One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her.
You what?
None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke? And that I then, what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time, Sosuke killed him.
You... It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. and the truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none on the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately KO'd him.
Well,
Fallen behind to KO him.
well, his story is that he fell behind already. So you'd be agreeing with his current statements, right? Because he said Chopin took the lead, and that's why he was on the 3rd floor when he died. Then he came upstairs and then arrested Sosuke. If you're saying he took the lead, he was upstairs, and then at one point Chopin joined him. And if you're saying he KO'd Chopin, that wouldn't make sense at all with the current
sick.
story we have.
Yeah, playing one of the best games ever. Welcome in, Badman Twitch. Here it is when your partner arrived. You must have immediately... Wait. Sorry, what were you saying is the answer?
Okay, so I don't think it's falling behind because that's already what Rogers is saying.
If you knocked out Chopin as
it's
soon as
not
they
knocked out,
arrived,
'cause-
you never dragged... You have to... He took the lead. You were the one who took point, not your partner.
Excuse me?
Hang on, would I have gotten more points if I guessed that first? Yeah,
Yes.
you were the one who took point,
You
not
saved
your
yourself
partner.
one chip. Excuse me?
One chip could change the world.
One chocolate,
One chocolate coin?
whatever. Yeah, one chocolate coin wrapped in gold.
Chopin shot open the door. Shot open the lock, sure. I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you.
What?
You already told us you wanted to stall. Wait for backup. If Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked. Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead.
I told you. I testified.
So did your blue blood tail. Testified all about how you and your partner separated in the 2nd floor. Objection! Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter 2 officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Roger shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the 2nd floor window. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the windows behind Creek's body to try to spot the runner. Then he ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible that Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the 3rd floor. Scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in that room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they'd already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the 2nd floor.
This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying.
Why lie?
There's no proof for any of this.
Yes, there is, officer. There's no proof Roger went down the fire escape. The boot print. Again, using garbage to piss off Emma. That scrap of paper was found by the second floor windowsill. But it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the red ink documents that were found where the pod died. And it happens to have a partial boot print on it, proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape and into the second floor.
Doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print.
He was barefoot. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting.
Then maybe Chopin.
If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you. I mean, you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor! Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reunited on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously, Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. Back where we started? You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officers reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Gah.
Ooh.
Meaning the only person who had a chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact...
None of this shit matters. This lawyer is trying to accuse me of killing my partner? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that?
Depends.
What?
Oh, is he the one who's supposed to get the no mask? And he didn't want his partner finding it?
I think if we had a huntsman in the courtroom, things would go very badly.
Depends where you live. Not uptown, I assume.
What's it to you?
Single bedroom.
Yeah, whatever.
Not great.
Excuse me?
And having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled rich stick in the mud, knowing the whole time that your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point on his resume. Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 is corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense. It would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he's had a big, stern frown. But I'll bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he'd have plastered all over town.
You're crazy. That's not possible. Huh?
Why not?
Do the people have anything to add?
Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the third floor first, weren't you? What is she doing?
Yes.
How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley?
More than 2 minutes, less than 3.
You had a chance to start looking the room over?
Yes.
And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described?
No, nothing of the sort.
Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were found underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents. Because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes? I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Check. Oppa Gundam style.
A damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it?
I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy, cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No. Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd have just tucked them in his jacket. If the papers were in plain view... Were they? Ugh, I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them? If not on the desk. I remember taking them out of Krieg's safe and thinking they're nothing important, so I just... Okay. That's probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. But before I left, I reorganized things, tried to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly.
Yoo-hoo, counselor. Any cuckoos in or around the nest?
Pardon me, Your Honor. I was simply... overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply... doesn't measure up. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of a gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene when there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer would want to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out.
You've gotta be... What the hell are you talking about?
What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it would have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officers knew this was the site of an orca violence from the silent alarm, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, and if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, is there anything in the evidence record that he left to trace on? black card?
The dark card, you mean, yeah.
Black, dark, whatever.
Where was the dark card, though?
It was in the data pad, which was on the desk.
Do we have any evidence on the data pad?
The data pad was sitting on top of the stack of documents.
Yeah. You just passed it. It was Creek's data pad.
Wait. Where's the arcs? Do we not have the arcs data?
I don't think the arcs are their own piece of evidence in this one. Why? What were you asking?
I want to see if the layout of the room showed where the data pad and papers were.
Well, if what we're saying is true, then the papers weren't where they were when Chopin found them. Because remember, Chopin was bled to blot them out, so the papers were on the floor and covered in blood, not sitting neatly on a desk in the arcs. But did you notice that the only prints they could take off of it were Creek and Chopin on the data pad?
Yep.
So he touched it.
When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Creek's data pad resting on top of some papers. You think the writing documents were beneath the data pad at the time? That might explain why Rogers didn't notice them, but that's only half an answer. Then how's this? It wasn't the data pad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside of it. The dark card? Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I. But if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the data pad. Your Honor, this is speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the data pad. Your Honor, we know he must have picked it up. And that data pad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing they didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened.
Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card?
Exactly. He doesn't know, chat.
He doesn't know how fucked he is.
He doesn't know how poor he is.
Sarah knows because she had to order all of her foie gras filet mignon dinners on a dark card.
Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people used to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge, unless you ran in circles as high up as the city council.
Oh.
Your Honor, does it smell like broken here to you?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Assumed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first. Sounds about right.
Not really?
Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them.
Uh-huh.
Not me, though. I remember every rule. Follow them, too. Partner breaks a body cam. I request a new one. Let him use mine. Stop him from getting sued by the next punk he bumps into. It was a real risk for him. He had money. People would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge would award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money. Just bad with debt. Can never
Because
seem to
you're
get rid of the stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene.
You mean...
Obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories and an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' graves, I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was ever there.
So you're the heartbreak killer.
So you can say I did this, or claim I did that. But the city's only ever gonna hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero, trying to save the day. Right. Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? Can he wear gloves like that? After all this, is it possible that... But the jury... Surely, they can see...
The jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury...
80? Your Honor? The jury? Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build a consensus, and basically, everyone's mad.
So 80's the plural one.
80 is, in fact, plural. I think it's only like 13 different personalities jammed in there.
She's 84, actually.
No, she's just
Hence
model.
the number. It's a
Her
joke.
shell is model number 84.
It's a joke.
Oh, yeah.
If I had... I'd kill myself if I had 13 alters, let alone 84.
Oh, you should meet number 69. They're real fun.
Haha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha.
So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor, and maybe the jury sees things our way.
But there are no guarantees.
After all that, it just...
Comes down to a gamble. Always does. Yeah. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand. And I can do a lot better than just... I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper. Which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the desk before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the red ink documents because, duh! His body was found collapsed on top of him. Put that all together and... nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? They'll never go all in unless we... Halt. Heads up. They'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Ooh, we're introducing a new element of gameplay. Put on a show.
Are you ready for peak?
Used to KO Sosuke. Struck on top, back of his head, no shots fired. His prints were on the pistol he used to bludgeon my client, of course. What? Where do you... No, they aren't, as he said he was wearing gloves. Also, that gun was never fired. What are you talking about? Now that you mention it, yeah. Shoot, did I get my notes mixed up? You sister. That's right, the bat! Do you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it just because it's broken to splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull up a single print from that. Is this your idea of a joke? Jeez, take it easy, I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The Mag US that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. My chips! Oh. Sorry, guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all. The very blade that took his partner's life.
Enough of this embarrassment! What the hell's wrong with you?
I have autism.
I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Her face. Everyone's face there.
I'm turning this into a meme.
Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife, and you know it.
Gonna be honest, I don't think saying shit you know is wrong. I think saying shit you know wrong repeatedly is a good legal strategy unless you're just being a dramatic bitch. Yeah.
She's being a dramatic bitch, yeah.
What do you... have you not been paying attention to these streams? That is exactly what Morgan is.
She doesn't like to say she is, but she is.
I mean, look at the way she dresses. She's like...
Who wears a bolo tie?
Unless you're some kind of preppy goth. And the corset, and the way she does her eye makeup. My mistake. I can see here that, yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. You...
Oh dear. What? What? What is it?
Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known that it was this knife that was used to kill your partner?
Congrats, you make back all your chips. What?
Confused? So are these two. Because, like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report.
Courtroom was empty.
So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know? How did you know that?
There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor...
Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We had already emptied the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue-blood witness.
You... For some blue-blood rat, You crazy Harvey. Trying to trick me at the last second? You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She, right there, Rockford, the prosecutor. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife.
Ah. So that's your plan.
Right, Rockford? Before I came out here, didn't you?
It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you left your way to victory with.
Say something already. Just say it.
But every now and then a different kind of victory comes along, where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct. Because they completely misread the dealer.
Say it. Say that you... Are you ready for the best crash out of all time?
Shut up!
What?
Just shut up! Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking! You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty! Why the hell would I perjure myself to help you?
But...
Hey, start counting. The fuck?
Oh. Let me try refreshing. Looks okay now.
No, someone's yelling at me, I think. Because from this second on, everywhere that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Unless those words are your confession.
He's the Hound of Icaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away.
They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime. Not for murdering the son of 2 city councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind?
But he's a murderer.
Well, not all murders are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Nobility assassinating each other, let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting the lower wards, let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Calls back when he kills someone important. Strange. When she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, if she's not going to twist the knife herself, I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start for his confession, perhaps I might help by laying out the details for him.
You sadistic bitch.
He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair. fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to speed him along. In summary, a week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went out, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit on the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on, and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made him an excuse to keep him on the second floor and proceeded to the third on your own, relieved that everyone was already dead. And puzzled by the delirious Sosuke, who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when you fled out the window and down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley from the second floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was just as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you never recognized. He knew that it pointed directly towards the involvement of powerful parties. It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one man in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption it hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on record. You had one chance to blot it out for good.
That's all me when I get put in the Morgan kaleidoscope. That's all a lie. Just smoke and mirrors, tricks, and guesswork.
Oops, hit the wrong button.
The Hound of Ikaria is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him, right in front of all of us. But did they?
No, they didn't.
Excuse me?
I have it on very good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated.
Oh, I'm sure.
So considering where the shooter was, and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well... you!
Well, what the hell are you talking about?
Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blue blood to come after you, and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire.
You're...
Blue's coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first in a coin toss? So tell me. You feeling lucky? Are ya, punk? Well...
You?
Any questions?
You and this DA. You're
Officer?
both. You're all out of your damn minds.
I should have gotten that first screenshot sooner. Oh well.
Congrats on the trial.
Do you work for the Blue Bloods?
Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch. People looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn fireman wouldn't set in. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought I was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. I wasn't useful enough to be a young blood. Not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. And because it was, in fact, transactional, they expected to get something in return. Police Academy. Their man on the inside.
A cab.
Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked. Aptitudes sucked. Clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force.
Tariq Chopin.
We were perfectly matched in that way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him be near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt. Nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dad's. We went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get.
Building security?
Morning assemblies. Telling the kids what cops do. Here's how to call for help.
You yell, help. Easy.
We were a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be.
You could be a bad joke instead of a good
You
one.
could just be a police officer instead of a double agent police officer.
Is that worse?
I mean, a police officer that, you know, is also a criminal. Well, depends on the reasons. At least he's better than Tariq Chopin, I would say.
Yeah, I'm about to blow your mind. All
Yeah.
cops are criminals.
Fair. But he is better than Tariq Chopin because he's not a rich man. You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that kids were laughing at us in the back of the class? That teens were throwing soda cans at our car? Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tariq was never having fun. He was just burning inside, humiliation and bile, stomach full of it. If he hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion.
So when you two arrived at the building,
Happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the second floor. He started poking around. And I went straight to the third floor because that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid. Where they'd give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this Greek or his pod in my life until we stopped on Kurtan. Different gens. And I'd never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. All four of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me, don't believe me. I ain't no Hound of Icaria, and I don't even think he could have done that either. Considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon.
calling it a water closet? What are you, from the 30s? 1830s?
I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood, out like that. Couldn't have woken him up with a nuke. Not even a truth nuke? When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol. Found that knife in his hand. I called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out. Figured I would have chased him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps, expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking. I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. Sorry, that's you.
Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492.
Lots of people knew the deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Nothing wrong with any of that, so long as it stayed a rumor. So long as the state didn't know where the pillars were gonna be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too.
He really does just look like G. Quack's Shalia Bull.
All he could see was forward. Barely reading the words in front of his eyes. Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. Didn't plan on doing anything, if that matters. If you care. I was moving slow, but I wasn't trying to hide. Just... After taking it off the hound, still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so? I take it none of you believe in evil. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places. And it poured off that knife like a water fountain.
I like that visual metaphor.
Thanks, Heartbreak.
You're right. The devil made you do it?
Morgan knowingly looking at the camera.
Haven't heard that one in a while. Anyway.
If it wasn't for that dark card being there...
Right.
You know, Tariq told me once. Said he wanted to become mayor. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote.
You got my vote, buddy.
I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? Shouldn't have lied to him.
So, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice.
What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again at a later date, just because they found more evidence.
Also, they're going to be racist. It's double jeopardy.
And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide?
We will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice.
So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Creek's pod.
Miller's blood, having already been on the knife he used to get free in the first place, was pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse.
What?
But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. It's to be expected.
Then the jury will be dismissed, this court will be adjourned, and you, Mr. Icaria, are free to go.
Everything that's happened to you the last few days, how is that leaving you so shocked? How is that leaving you so shocked?
I'm not shocked, I'm just...
So happy that you didn't tell me when I was the little lord. What?
What? Nothing personal, kid. Teleports behind you.
Teleports.
I'm just
Teleports
grateful,
behind
counselor.
Addie.
Just teleports behind Addie, removes his shirt.
Did you finish
I'm
this?
just grateful, counselor. You have my...
Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say?
Well, if you insist. I guess for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed, and it's actually their job to do this part, and the charges were dropped, I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say... not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. The lights are slowly dimming. Maybe, I cast the innocent? No, that sounds dumb. Cast in the name of God, ye not guilty.
Big O! Showtime!
Oh, thank you. Did I tell you I made Fiona watch that?
Did she like it?
She liked it a lot.
I bet she really liked
Fucking
Dorothy.
loves Dorothy.
Of
Yeah.
course.
It was very funny because I got her to finish watching it right before we went to a convention. And while I was there, I found a tiny booth in the artist alley that actually had one piece of Big O fan art.
Hell yeah. Wait, did you watch both seasons or just the first?
Both seasons.
State building. Floor 48. Booth 23.
Wait, this is the 48th floor, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's... Oh, wait, no, never mind.
It said floor 48, but that pillar said booth 23.
I was thinking of, like, 84, but it's 48, not 84.
And that one right there in red, it says booth 24.
Well, the booths are the
The tables.
benches.
I know.
Yeah.
So how do you plan on celebrating?
I don't know.
We won, in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitively the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge.
Right.
Hello, Harriet Megami89. Welcome to the stream. I believe you just missed the whole trial.
My apologies. I'm grateful to you, of course. It's just that... I still haven't gotten an answer to the question that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. Then they had my life in the palm of their hand, and...
And framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they're doing you any favors.
And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable.
Honestly, if Morgan had just decided to kill Sosuke at the start of all of this, Rogers would have no one to frame his murder on, so...
I think what he would have done is he would have, well, yeah, because Morgan would have slit his throat or something. Not shot him, like he could claim.
Like...
He also wouldn't have had the knife.
She could have slit his throat and then untied him and dragged him out there into the room to make it look like something happened. Regardless, Han would still be there, and then they'd do the whole circle around for the third and second floor where Chopin would get up there, see the dark card, then notice the red ink, and then Rogers would still probably have that malice intent from the blade to kill him, but then he has no scapegoat because everyone else is dead. So he'd be fucked, and then Morgan would have to do any of this trial.
That's the other thing too. I think if whatever, it's not important.
This is a very interesting what if scenario I'm thinking of. I'm just thinking how Morgan could have saved herself a lot of trouble by just having not spared Sosuke. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand. Ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in the savings account across the sea.
Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I've always stood.
Under the heel of Daisuke Ikaria, because I'll be too busy sucking his whole boot into my mouth.
Protecting my family.
That's the more diplomatic way of saying it, I suppose. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that.
Sosuke.
Look, Suzaku, it's your favorite character.
Mako. Young Master. Please forgive me, young master. I failed you repeatedly. I'll accept any punishment. Very well.
Hold the tissues while I blow my nose. I'm about to cry my eyes out for you.
108 years of manual labor. Oh.
Yeah, that's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number. 108? Is that a reference?
It is a, if I remember correctly, it's a thing in Buddhism. It's a very important number in Buddhism, and gets brought up a lot as, like, it's like having everything be sevens in the Bible or sixes for Satan.
Alright, I'm looking at it now.
Mm-hmm.
Full strength contains 108 beads as a reminder of these passions. Okay. I'll look that up later. 108 worldly desires. Thank you, Harriet.
That's why I think all their, like, prayer bead rings have 108 beads exactly.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Well, it's
100. Of course, young master. You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security. So that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say. I'll start right away, if you don't mind.
Immediately pulls Makoto over his knee and gives him 100 spankings.
108, actually.
Did I not? I meant to say 108.
I just heard 100.
Whatever.
That is probably wise. Grandfather is outside in the motorcade, and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. Chairman is here. He came here?
Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport and picking up his grandson McDonald's.
He is, Counselor Morgan. Surprisingly astute of you. Though, he is leaving quite early if he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes are even fueled. It seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Père Illegal. Who are you quoting?
He's so
You'll
fucking
excuse me for a
stupid.
moment, Counselor. I do love that he can't even pick up on the fact that Daisuke is here just to make sure that Sosuke knows he's still welcome at the house.
Yeah, feel free to... Ma'am.
Lady.
Take Sarah with you.
Pardon?
If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it.
Video recording in 4K definition. Begin.
Nah, she'd have like 16K.
I mean, her eyes are lit up already. Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll find a corner in which to lift up my shirt.
On the instant. Congratulations, counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Thanks. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood. If you're asking for a bonus now, shouldn't I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? Ooh, is she blushing? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see, looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. And what of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values their privacy that much should, in the future, avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors? You were not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. My, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if it bothers you that much. Thanks. Though you can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind that I'll have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families. Not your perfectly manicured yellow nails, ma'am. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. Harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibilities seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. He must get it from his father. I suppose it's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Holy shit!
Yeah. Fun fact, you can discover this all on your own if you know how blood types change from parent to child.
A positive, AB negative, A negative. Okay, I think I get it. Does Makoto know Sosuke's his father? Does Sosuke? I would be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the military to join the That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he has become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. A sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit from both his father and mother, his worth... I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe, coming from a woman like me, but Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health, he has his mother, and his father will always be close by. Every moment we shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you've now seen, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the Blue Blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do, someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining. One blood test from Makoto should split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job... Wrong button again. Don't make unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now, would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to be satisfied with your companion's curiosity for the time being, and... it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma. What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and purged himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? It definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there.
Oh, I'm back.
Hi. But now that it's all out, my client won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. I need to keep my finger away from F12 now. At least not for anything he didn't do. Do you think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikari walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom? I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. Oh, yes, I have my doubts. The OC unit has been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips about figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red? That's right. The Rust. Ah, right. The Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's paw did it with such unhinged brutality, yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range, and near enough to their solar plexuses. I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull was overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. Even if it was an afterthought, the overcorrection is in line with perfectionism interrupted by... Bah, forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Obsession? I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something or someone. Well, if it was the arrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, that's me. Gotta take this call. Chat, what did she mean by this? What did she mean by this? See you around, Morgan. Yeah, see you around. Just don't go telling anyone that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that.
Okay, Morgan, I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah now, so...
So now you can buy me a goddamn drink.
Pardon?
You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. I got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober.
Oh, you're serious.
Of course I am. Everyone knows it's tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kintsugi.
I've never heard of that tradition. Or that bar.
Oh, you're gonna love it, Sosuke.
Yes. Oh, that's you.
Yes, well, you've lived a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikaria, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing that whole time to good use.
I suppose I do owe you a great deal.
And one whiskey sour ain't gonna kill ya.
Very well. But first, I must inform Lady Mirai and the young master.
Go right ahead. Be my guest.
What was that, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well?
I'll take a rain check. I like women. Wait!
Sosuke
is
Yeah.
a woman.
Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him?
No. No, I didn't do anything. So he inherited his dad's beauty mark, his mom's hair color. Why doesn't he have more blue in his outline?
I don't know. I can't say for sure. I see. Then perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized.
That must be it. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray skies spinning a slate blue world. It was cold, and all the heaters were humming in their rush to overcorrect for it. At 3, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem. She had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. At 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45 by the time the girl was able to excuse herself. She was 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. At 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number in her phone's contact after all. 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes has been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were bedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood ran faintly down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. 3:59, she pauses to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ear, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Ha 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 ha! Where'd you even come up with this stuff? Yeah, I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Eve, what are you... I thought you had a family thing. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked and... I thought... Who are all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You're right, Eve. I just went around to people on campus, tried being friendly, being myself, and... people started signing up. But forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me give you my coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. What? Bleeding? Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Eve, Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own.
So that recontextualizes everything about that, all those flashbacks. My first time through, the red text you just assume is going to be Morgan, but really it's the club leader.
I thought she was the club leader.
Nope. Ev is short for Evangeline, so.
I know.
And
a
little sprinkle. Sorry.
I never really assumed the red text was Morgan because she wouldn't be the kind. She wouldn't be that chatty as a kid. I wasn't.
That's the thing. The red text was always ellipses.
Oh, wait. Never mind, I got it backwards.
Morgan was the one saying cool kid and calling the red text cool kid. She was the only one speaking in those flashbacks. No one else was. Up until the last one.
Right.
And with a little sprinkle of salt along the edge. There you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment.
I knew he'd love it.
And so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand to attend just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like.
Right? Lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside.
I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke.
You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from the judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them.
I might just do that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit. Knew I should have gone with the digital menus.
Hey, Sosuke. That name they have for you, the Hound? How did I not think of this sooner? Hound, trans girl, it all connects. Chat, this is Mexplo. Holy shit. That a title you were given, or just part of the mantle you chose to take up?
No. I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo.
By the way, Sosuke, how long have you had that Dead Space health meter on your neck?
Ever since the military.
They saw it so your battle buddies know how much health you have left so they can give you a health boost or whatever.
Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from, or when people started using it. Childhood nickname, I suppose.
Earned by following Mirai around like a puppy.
I never,
Mirai was her handler. Oh my god.
Who told you Mirai was the heir when we were...
It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? The Hound of Icaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid?
Jokingly.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
Lovingly.
Yeah, keep telling yourself that. Mirai's right. I don't know anything about... One of the many things I've long since acknowledged that I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me, no other drivers in the car. Confirmed. Morgan is singular. I mean, you gotta have something possessing that rack to make them that big. Just saying. Of course she's on estrogen. Morgan's blatantly trans. Why do you think I'm streaming this on Trans Day of Visibility? Just me, sitting in the dark with a hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full. Because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it would have a place to hide. She's just like me, for real, for real. Oh, you meant Sosuke? Yeah, they gave him... Yeah, they gave her a huge shot of estrogen right before the night before the last day of trial. How can you tell?
Hmm?
That they called you that lovingly.
I suppose you never know. You just trust.
Chat, she doesn't know that we know.
And if you do trust, then that's your answer.
Huh.
And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog?
Aw, chat, she doesn't know what Mexplo is.
Everyone loves dogs. Probably even you.
For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I could never live as one. Everyone's already colored in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, and put in a box. Sometimes those tags have to be embraced into identities or rejected outright. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better to remain a stray. That's it! We did it.
We've done it.
Evil little
We've done it.
Art and art direction by Evil Little Bug. Programming by Patrick MCF. Patrick Magician's Force. No, that's MFC, never mind. 3D modeling by AA Renders. Environments by Patrick MSC AA Renders. With additional original tracks by Zachary Cabral. And featuring music by Lena Raine. Written, directed, developed by Brian Mulholland. Volunteer playtesting by Anna, Griston, Hugh Jackman? That's not me. Sadie Virtuous Varmint, S. Thumbbutt, Thomas Collamander. Special thanks to Adrian at Alterlinks, Anna, Baby Zero, Killjoy. Holy shit! Killjoy? Yeah, that's fucking Kill Jill. Jillian F. Kills. Damn. Motto. Man Monks. Special thanks to Dev Talk, Philly Game Mechanics, our friends and family, and you the players. Except me, apparently. Full attributions available at nthcircle.studio. Made with Unity. Nanny Novel. Dot Tween. Pro Builder. Give it Nth Circle. So episode 2. His Due. Finn. Oh my god! Look at him!
so fucking drunk.
Oh my god, look at my family.
I love this. Like, I know it's her cigarette holder, but it looks like Mireille has this stupid fucking grin on her face. Meanwhile, Makoto looks like fucking
No,
Yatsuba.
no, she is grinning.
Like, she has a smile, but it looks way bigger because of the cigarette holder in her mouth.
No, that's her side bangs.
Oh, okay.
My screen's bigger than yours.
Well, yeah, I'm also viewing it through a stream, so...
God, her tits are huge. Oh my god, have you seen my family? They're so cute and adorable.
And then Morgan is like...
It's like, ugh, families. I hate families.
The only thing in her head is Mongolian throat singing as she's trying to get through this. Also, her lock screen, black void of nothing.
Her phone could also have been turned off.
You
I
want to
wasn't-
voice this? I can voice the other character.
I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The rest give me and the others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. Sosuke's for sure on like 6 months of E.
Sosuke's doing it to try it out.
Next, he's going to be asking Mireille and Makoto to use she/her pronouns, just to test it out. My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. I thought if I hung around there, I might see something the rest would give me new shoes for. I never saw anything worth anything.
So you gave up?
No. I got scared.
What scared you?
You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar.
Everyone says I'm a liar, too.
Are you talking like this? Are you?
It's something that steals away. Oh, hang on. Sorry. I think my internet glitched out there for a second, but I'm caught up now. I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. I don't feel right without it. But I think you could help me find it.
It's Spampton. What'd you lose?
My face.
I saw the Red Hood. Except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red.
Red hair?
What's this?
Gold.
Thanks. Are you sure I wasn't any help?
You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less.
To be continued in Of the Devil, Episode 3. Quoting scripture.
So that's the huntsman.
Yeah, obviously. 7
Exciting.
7 articles, 20 profiles, 34 key terms, 20 pieces of evidence, 314 total credits earned. Congratulations!
You can buy everything.
Excuse me. You have a total of 408 remaining store credit to spend on phone charms and case colors based on the highest credit with which you finished this episode.
Please check your phone charms. No, you could do it from there. You can't
Oh.
do it from here. Just scroll up to the top and you'll move your mouse up top and you can pull your phone
Alright.
out.
I figure.
Is okay. You have your new
Fidget
charm
Tubby.
that you've
Charm.
unlocked.
Angie. Family cheers. Rhea's undercover.
Oh wait, what? You weren't on High Roller?
No, you told me not to.
Oh, I don't remember telling you not to play on High Roller, but it's been a while. Maybe I did.
You said not to play in High Roller because no one else has played the game yet, because it was literally not out yet, so didn't want to put anything to chance.
Oh, fair.
Or something along those lines.
I don't remember the exact terms, but probably.
I could just
I was worried that you might hit a bug and have to like reload the whole save.
Anyway, I could just play through. I just like speed run through episode 2 and get High Roller if I needed. Oh, I just realized why it's called Sato Stuck. I hate that.
Yeah. You might be feeling like you're home stuck.
Shut the fuck up.
It's the only bit of Homestuck music I remember is one like side album Toby Fox made where he sings the line, "You might be feeling like you're homestuck," and then pauses all the music for about 2 seconds for that to sink in.
Yeah. Anyway, finally done with this finally done with this episode.
Yep, 5-hour stream. Let's go.
It took fucking forever. Not just today.
Yeah.
Alright. Ooh, Dollop's playing Unbeatable. Alright, cool. Jasper is still streaming. Send you all their way. Y'all go say hi and be nice to my little sister. That'll be it for me. I'm exhausted and I want to eat pizza. So, I'll catch y'all sometime next week with my next stream. I'm gonna be either starting... What the fuck was it called? I'm gonna be starting either Nausea or Necrobarista. So look forward to that. Nausea's been highly requested by my mod Noble, so it's probably gonna be good. And I've seen some very interesting screenshots, so I'll probably...
Heard very good things as well.
So yeah, links are down below. Follow me on Blue Sky. Maybe subscribe to the VOD channel. Join the public Discord if you're a normal person. And introduce yourself in 2 days. And go check out Braybray on Blue Sky. And his lady Fina.
Yeah.
And that's it. Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Grab a snack, wash your ass. Bye.